And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. So welcome on in, everybody. Hey, Westry One, how you doing this morning, sis? And I just realized that I did not update um, the stream information. Give me 1 second here. Bear with me one moment, and I'll get that fixed. I need to figure out which stream number this would actually be, which part for the Chewy bill. It could be part 7. So welcome on in, everybody. How's it going today? Hope you're doing well. Lester, I hope you're staying warm and dry. And yes, as you can tell, I am running a tad bit behind and getting everything ready. But that happens. Oh, you have to go outside, Westry? That sucks. Okay, so hopefully, yes, that did change. Awesome. Welcome on in, Shaudel. Welcome on in. Thanks everybody for being here this morning. Sorry, I was trying to still fiddle around and try and figure out this display. And what I've been able to determine and figure out is it is a Big Tree Tech Mini 12864 version 1 display. And basically what I'm seeing is it may not be a good clipper display. It may have been one that actually, I think it was one that I had on the D-Bot when I was running the D-Bot. And I can't remember if I ever had clipper running to it. So, long story short, what I'm going to do is off stream, and when I'm done with this plate and one more plate to get all the Trident parts printed, we're going to take my 2.4 Fay Dragon down, get it up on the bench, and I will swap the display out of that one into this one, into Chewy's, because the plan anyhow is for Fay Dragon to come down. We'll take panels off, we'll take the gantry out of it, and we will convert it to a carbon fiber gantry. So yeah, that will be the plan. And when I do that, I'll just make the screen swap, because I don't think Chewy is going to be here like tomorrow to pick. So like I said, welcome on in, everybody. I was a little bit disheveled this morning trying to run around and get a couple of things done before the screen. So where are we at today on this build? Well, we've cleaned up the wiring some. I've got a back panel in, which is hard to tell because, well, it's clear. Do it this way so you can see it a little bit. There we go. So we've got a back panel on here, and we redid our umbilical. So our umbilical is now coming through the back panel. We've got a spring steel wire that's providing some support to the umbilical. And the umbilical comes down the back, through a keystone jack slot in the back of the printer and then goes down and around and into our UTC. And I did that specifically to give Chewy the opportunity to do final routing however he wanted to keep his wiring clean underneath the deck. So I wanted to leave him some wiring without having like a huge segment of bundled up wire to deal with. I got, after I did the back panel, I added the two side panels, and the two side panels will allow us to get everything enclosed. We'll add the top and the doors, and then we'll be able to be fully enclosed. And when we push plastic today, we'll push some ABS because we have pushed PLA through this already. So we know that everything works, functions, and it can print. We got the fans on, we got the rest of the skirts on. So we're ready to go. Like I said, the screen's not going to come on. It's not going to light up because it's not connected at the moment. And I'm just going to have to swap this screen out. And just try and figure out later on if there's a way of getting this particular version of the Big Tree Tech Mini 1 to work with Clipper appropriately. And I'll play with that with my Octopus board on the bench later. So panel wise. So let's come over here to our browser window and panels. So interesting thing on the panels, the back panel and the top panel of this build actually get installed with 1 millimeter thick foam tape. And the reason you do that is to, one, provide a better seal all the way around the printer, but you use 1 millimeter on the top and back because you don't need clearance. On the sides, you need a little more clearance because of the printed parts and the actual linear rail carriages. So we use 3 millimeter foam on the sides, and that helps stand the panels off just a little bit more, which means our clips are slightly different between the top and the sides and the back. And it's really just the height and depth of the clips. So the way you work these, and the easiest way to do it, is on your back and top, we use M3x8 socket head cap screws and some T-nuts. So you just get your screws in and your T-nuts started a thread or so. And of course, you'll get your panel prepped and sitting on, like in this case, on top of the printer. And then your piece will just go into your linear rails, not your linear rails, your extrusions, right over the top of your panel, and then you'll twist lock those hammerhead nuts into place. So that's what we're going to be working on here, is getting our top plate put on, and then we'll work on the doors. The doors are a little bit different because you'll have your door hinge and your latch and all of that. We do have a spot back here as well for our PTFE tube to pop in. So, wait, what am I looking for? Last panel. There we go. And what I was doing was I only peeled one side, and then the other side I peel up like the four corners so I can get it mounted. Then I'll go ahead and pull the rest of it off. It's just a way of trying to keep from getting as many fingerprints all over it. I mean, you're going to get fingerprints. It is acrylic. It's going to get fingerprints. It's going to get dust. Once you start printing ABS, you're going to get kind of like a foggy type of film residue on it. And that's just the actual ABS filament. As you print it, gives off VOCs and stuff. And that's what that is the VOCs getting, redeposited back on things. That's why you want to run an Evermore or some type of filtration system when you're doing ABS or ASA and polycarbonate. It's not just getting rid of fumes. If it stinks, it's probably putting bad things in the air. Okay, Shaudel and Westery. If you can hear me, please say something because I'm not sure. Not seeing drop packets, but I'm not seeing anybody getting chatty, so I don't know if I'm being received. Okay, you can hear me. Thanks, Thunder Keys. I appreciate it. I have been known to play Pro Streamer and forget to unmute my mic, and then I'm just talking to myself for, a while. So what you'll see me do here, and I'll probably raise the camera up a little bit more so you'll be able to get more of a top-down view. Quite honestly, normally I'll sit down on the ground and do this on the ground. But for demonstration purposes, I'm going to set this up here because I don't want to heft the printer back down on the ground to make it easier. I'll take a little bit of my foam tape and just set it out, pull it out. We're going to pull the end off of our foam tape to expose just a little bit of our foam tape. And then we're going to set this down in the corner right along the edge. And if you overlap some, no big deal, because you can always come back and cut that off. And then we're just going to pull a length. Don't pull a lot, just pull a little bit of a length. And try not to stretch it as you lay it down. I try and just hold it, and I use my thumb as a guide on the side and just come back with a finger right over the top. And all we're trying to do is just keep it lined up right at the edge of our acrylic piece here. Once again, we'll pull some off. We'll let that foam relax back right along the thumb, and kind of use your finger to pull it into your thumb, and just go real slow. And like I said, don't pull, because you don't want to pre-stretch this, because then it'll stretch out and you'll lose some of your compression capability. And we need that compression when we go to actually install it so that we get an airtight seal. And this 1mm tape is real easy to, say, pre-compress. And if you mess up like I just did there and moved it away from the edge, slowly pull it back up. Don't break it. And if you do, no worries. Easy enough to go back in, line it up. And even if you overlap it just a tad on itself, that's fine too. But you really need this to be right along the edge, because you're trying to ride right along this edge and seal against this edge, most outer edge of your extrusion. Take your time. Try not to stretch it out. I tend to go just a little long. And then you grab your blade. Right along the edge of your acrylic or polycarbonate, and give it a cut. Now we're just going to turn it and we'll keep going all the way around the four corners, peeling back just a little bit at first so that you can get it laid down. If you have too much of an edge, especially on the 1 millimeter thick, it becomes a little unwieldy in trying to get it laid down and get a nice edge seal against the other piece of foam. And kind of what I'm doing is I'm running the edge up against my thumb and I'm using my finger to kind of pull and push it in towards my thumb. So I keep it right along the edge of the acrylic with a little bit of light down pressure to set it in place and let the adhesive catch. But like I said, we're not trying to squish it down. That'll be what our printed parts are used for when actually we actually put it in place. Take your time and go a little bit at a time. Get the second side done. Cut it just like we did the last time. Thanks for the lurk, Westery. We're cold and under the covers for you. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Welcome on in, Team Moore. How are you doing? So what we're doing is we're just finishing off the panels. I did a couple of panels off stream. So the back I needed to get done so that I can work the umbilical. And then I did the two sides as well while I was at it. Now we're just going through and doing the top. And once we get the top done, we'll have to work on the doors. Now the doors don't get any foam tape. In the past, I've thought about doing some of this 1 millimeter foam tape on them, but you've got this big long seam right down the front of the machine because of the doors. So even if you put foam tape on the sides, you're still going to have that big seam right down the middle. And the chamber temp still gets up pretty good anyhow. I don't think it's super duper critical. Now, if you are going to be going with some crazy technical filaments, like straight polycarbonate or something like that, where you need to keep your chamber heat in, then you definitely want to make sure you have a really, really good seal. And potentially, even at that point, start looking at, like a Doom Cube type setup where you can double pane your glass. The chamber heater is built. I haven't installed it yet. Right now I've got it running off of a external 12-volt power supply. And I haven't decided, am I going to run that 12-volt in and run it that way, or am I going to try and do a buck converter and pull it off the 24-volt power supply? Just I'm going to finally do it. And I'm going to say, here's a tip: when you're done, rip your paper a little bit off of the foam tape, because that way, if you do it right at the edge of the foam tape, then it's a pain in the butt to try and get it started again. So save yourself a little bit of heartache and cut the foam backing tape a little bit longer than the residual foam that you have left on your roll. And when you buy if you get a kit, your kit's going to have enough foam to do that printer. If you're self-sourcing, um, buy a couple of the spools. You can normally get them in like 2-packs. Go ahead and do that. Save yourself the time. The last thing you want to do is be in the final stages trying to, get your foam tape done and get your panels put in place, only to find out that you ran out of foam and you have to wait on an order. So once again here, I'm just going to pull up the 4 corners so that I can get it mounted onto the printer, and then I'll take the paper the rest of the way off. Trying to reduce the amount of handling that I'm doing and the potential of getting a bunch of greasy fingerprints everywhere. I think I said on last stream, if you want to be really, I'll say, anal about it, go get yourself a set of the white, the little white cotton gloves. Okay. So we'll take this. This will be a square, so it's just going to sit right on top. And what I try and do is get it lined up as best as I can first, and then I'll start bringing in my pieces. So once again, 2 M3x8s for the top and the rear panels and 2 peanuts. Just get these started, and you'll set this right down into the 2 corner pieces here, and it should line up right with the edge of the extrusions. And then we'll come back with our 2.5 millimeter hex wrench. What I tend to do on hammer nuts, go left, go counterclockwise with them a second and then go the right way. I seem to get them to catch more often that way. And you can look in it from the sides here to see if it turns and catches, which would probably also be a good thing to do. Now, when you're putting these on, the foam is sealing it. So you do not want to sit here and just really crank down on these, because then you create a pressure point which will cause it to lift between your clips, and it kind of breaks the seal and just defeats the purpose of having the foam tape there to begin with. So all you're trying to do here is to tighten it down and hold it down to keep it from vibrating primarily. Let the seal do its thing. Tend to come in here and work on the corners first. Get these lined up and set in, because this is where you're probably going to have to make some adjustments first off, one way or the other. What is going on here? There we go. Once again, you get it in place, bring your acrylic to make sure it's properly seated. Look down your extrusion, make sure that it twists and the hammerhead's locked. And once again, this is why I hate hammerheads, because you'll think they're locked, then you find out that they're not, and it's just annoying. There's something in this extrusion. Could be the hammerhead too, but it feels like it's in the extrusion that's causing an issue. Take your time with this. It's not worth fighting too much over it. If things aren't lining up, take it out, retry. Make sure that this one actually, yep, that turned and caught. So I think what was happening is it was catching in the groove of the upright. Um, which does happen on these sometimes as well, just because of the way that if the acrylic's cut really close to tolerance, then it kind of pushes it out, and then you can have issues just trying to get the hammerheads to line up. This acrylic does look like it, or polycarbonate does look like it was cut pretty close to tolerance. Do one more, and then we'll peel our paper and do our centerpieces, which will help lock everything in. So you use M3 by 8s when you're doing your back panel and your top panel, because you're using the 1mm foam. And then you use M3 by 12s on the sides when you're dealing with the 3 millimeter foam for those sides, those panels. And what you see me doing here is I'm just kind of say fighting with it, trying to get a little bit of a bow in there so I can get the um, hammerheads to fall into the extrusions, because once again, this acrylic piece is cut with a pretty good tolerance on it. Maybe be just a tad bit too big, and it's kind of pushing the cubes or the corner pieces too far out, causing it to have an issue getting into the channels. So that's there. And having the four corners done would make it a little bit easier to pull the paper now. Be able to get to one side here. We'll add a side clip. Now, I kind of eyeball center. If you want to get precise, you can get out a measuring tool and measure the gap between all of these. I'm not going to be that precise. Chewy can come in and add some additional precision there if he so chooses. Once again, we're just going to get it snug. We're not trying to get it to, there's no need to really cinch down on these. You're dealing with 1 millimeter foam tape. There's not a whole heck of a lot there to compress. Wolf them on in, build over bot. Um, it depends on how hot of a chamber you're going to get, Bob. So in this case, most of your electronics are underneath in the base. And because of that, heat rises. So all the heat's going to move up and away from the electronics. The um the motors, yes, they're going to be inside the heated chamber area. But most of our motors will take more heat than people think. Right. And the people that are really worried about it and um, uh, putting heat sinks on their motors and stuff like that are normally the people that are going for speed anyhow. And we'll just say they're making allowances because it will burn things out faster to run it and run it, we'll say, kind of almost overvolted, and running it hot all the time will degrade the performance over time. And welcome on in, Creatix Brit. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. We're kind of doing final touches on the Chewy build right now. This is, we're putting our last panel on, which is the top panel, and then we'll add on the doors. And then at that point, we'll be fully enclosed. I was working this morning trying to figure out the the display issue that we keep having with the display not working on this. And the only thing I've come up with is it's got to be something with the Big Tree Tech um, Mini 128/64 display that I have on it, because let's just say there's probably a good reason why that display was in the closet and not on a printer. One turn, yeah, that one did turn. Um, just like that, that panel's done. So next up will be our doors and our latches. So, I think what might be an easier thing. Pull this down here, move this out of the way first so that we can get our other door panel pieces. Give me a second to reset my brain on where I put all the door panel pieces. Okay, so you have your door hinges, your door latches. These will be the pieces that will mount in here, that will give us our magnets for holding the doors in place, and our door handles. Door handles. So you will notice that there are spots for magnets. So we're going to have to put some magnets in a bunch of these. So unlike last time, we will look at our instructions to make sure that we put magnets in the right place and in the right polarity. Um, into our latches we go. So let me grab our super glue because we will need that. Also need some M6x3 magnets, which let me grab. Britt, I am sure you have an assortment of different types of magnets and sizes of magnets. Um, my assortment is growing by leaps and bounds. From doing like death racers and dragsters to starting to do the um droids. Yeah, I'm developing a lot of well, I'm starting to develop a bench stock of a bunch of different magnets. So all I'm doing here is just gently going around with the deburring tool and getting rid of any final vestiges of elephant's foot or brim that I may have had here that would prevent my magnets from going in easily. I want them to be decently difficult to go in, and especially here, these aren't full rounds. Um, so we should be able to press them in with no problem. Just want to make it as easy as possible to do so. And this will also be a good place to grab out my new Nippics so that we can press these in here nicely. So our new Nippics, these are our flat edged um, pliers. They do have the sliding capability. I do have um, 3 different sizes of these in the set. Thank you to my anonymous gifter for these. Now, if it's a tight fit, you can try and press fit them in there and not use glue. It's up to you how you want to do that, or if you want to do that. So I'm just, dropping the part. Getting my jaw width ready. Lined up and press. And you want it right at the surface. It can go down a little bit further. You don't want it to go below the surface. Make sure to check polarity so that you get both of your magnets going in the same polarity, because it would be bad if they're not. Okay, so that sets in there. And what I want to do is make sure that my polarities are the same, right? And then I want to use the same polarity for the other side as well. Once again, keep your polarities the same. Here's the same. Makes our lives easier. Getting your jaw set to the right spot, also easier. Almost 6 p.m. for you. Okay, Marcus, that would put you over in Europe, I'm assuming. And check your polarity. So when you snag your next magnet, you know that you got the right polarity. Load it up. Going to line it up and push it home. What we try and do is get the right angle, because we've got that notch there. So there's no real easy way to get a straight up and down on it. So you just kind of have to get it close and get it started and come back and keep working on flush. So now if I put these two face to face, they should repel too. So that's good. That tells me my faces are set right. Now these will line up like that. So line up your magnets. So this is the face then that's going to get pushed into there. So get that lined up. That pushed in. So once again, we make sure that it's going to. So magnet faces together, which means that goes in this side. Use it in and verify. So we've got one set of door panels or door handles. Take your time to make sure you get your magnets figured out. Things are lining up. Got two sets of handles done up now. Dum, dum, dum. Yep. So now we'll get this mounted in there on our extrusions using, what is that? M38 and a hammer nut for both of these. Now, as far as getting perfect alignment of these, we will adjust them for perfect alignment once we get our door panels on. Right now, once again, we're going to try and eyeball center. Should say we're going to get these pieces prepped and follow the manual so that we will get them in place and centered as appropriate when we're told to. There it is. Is everybody having a good morning? This is a Voron 2.4 build. We've got our side panels on. We just did our top panel and we've got our rear panel. Normally your rear panel and your deck panels are black or some other opaque color. On this particular build that I am doing for one of my subscribers, Chewy, these are the panels he provided. So it's all polycarbonate panels. Most kits will come with ACM, which is an aluminum composite. So it's too thin. Think of veneers of aluminum over a plastic centerpiece. And that would be your deck panel and your bottom panel, and then your rear panel as well. And that's hence why they're opaque. Or they could be, they're either ACM, so the aluminum composite, or they could be black acrylic, they could be black ABS. And then normally your side panels are acrylic, and you can get them either as clear or you can get them smoked like my Trident over here in the corner, which makes it, just pop a little. So I think we've got those set. We've got these set up and everything's lined up. Now it's installing them. And the way they install, the, the tabs will go on the extrusion and the lip will either go up or down, depending on which side you're putting it on. So at the top, we'll put the printed parts in, give it a good push, and then we will tighten that up. Same thing down at the bottom with our lip going downward. Just get this into the gap there and pushed in. And once again, figuring out center might be a little bit easier on this front piece, just because we've got our mount for our display and we can kind of go off that mount to try and get close to center. But we'll screw these in and tighten them down here as we go. I don't really want to lock them in just yet until we get our doors in. Now we need to get our door panels themselves configured or prepped. And to do this, we've got to get our door hinges ready to go. So we're going to put some VHB tape. We're going to go ahead and get M3x8 screws and socket head, or M3x8 socket head screws and hammer nuts on these. And there's 6 of them, so we'll need 6 of our screws. And 6 hammer nuts. Got those ready. We need our VHB tape. What I do? Start cutting object. Last time you were here, you were doing that also. So were we working on the tool head at that point in time? Gotcha. Yep, we got all that installed. The only thing that we're having issues with at this point is the display. And I'm chalking that up to this actual display being an older Big Tree Tech 128/64 display. So my plan is I was going to upgrade my displays from these to a touch display. So I'm just going to go for one off of one of my existing builds to get Chewy up and running since I was going to replace mine anyhow. Just makes life easier. And then I'll work on bench testing this one to try and figure out, what's not working or why is it not working. Um, and I think it could just be down to the fact of it's an older model, and when it came out, I think it was only supporting Marlin, and they've got a 2.0 version out now that's a newer model, but I could be mistaken. Welcome on in, Dulcifer. How are you doing today, my friend? We're just doing some prep work to get our doors ready to install. I got that. I guess I should also put VHB on the handles, whether it's told me to or not, because they have told me to test it. Didn't tell me to VHB the hand. Oh, there you go. Get your 6 ready here. And then, hey, do handles. So we'll do handles. Still need a 3D printing. You're trying to figure things out. Um, so, what printer are you running? We can definitely help you figure out your speeds and stuff like that. Okay. I think we got almost everything prepped. Let's go ahead and get our M3 by 8 nuts and T-nuts going, or M3 by 8 screws and T-nuts. Reality Ender 3 V2. Okay, so for the most part, stock profile will work great. Um, Most likely it's an Ender, so it's shipped with a version of Creality that will have a set of profiles in there, most likely for PLA, be able to get you started. And I would just start printing there. And also look at your filament. So your filament will give you suggested print speeds. as well as print temperatures. And those give you ranges. So as long as your temperatures and speeds are in that range, that gives you a good place to start. Um, and then I will say, as far as Creality stuff goes, Chuck Hellebuck, he has a channel on YouTube, Chep, Chep. He is pretty much the Ender Whisperer. So he creates custom profiles for the Ender 3s, and he does really, really good with all Ender 3 stuff. So I would highly, highly, highly suggest Chuck Hellebuck. And I say that because that's where I cut my teeth on my very first. Well, let me take it back. My very first printer was a Tivo Tarantula. But after that, I got an Ender 3, and that's where I learned a lot was from Chuck Hellebuck. So definitely worth looking into. Okay, so now that we've got all of our parts prepped, we're going to install things on our doors. So we're going to need one long edge and all four corners basically peeled back so that we can apply our pieces. In fact, I'm just going to take all of it off of one side. We'll peel the other side afterwards. Yes, tensioning your V wheels is pretty critical. There's, not too loose, but not too tight. And once again, Chuck will tell you, he's got several videos on how to assemble them and how to get your V wheels right. So on your hinges, I normally put top and bottom, and then once again, we'll eyeball the center. If you want to get very, there's words, anal, you can. One of the other things that I've seen people do is set your printer down on your back. I can't do that because I have cables coming out the back. Lay your panels on and then mount in your hinge bracket. Then take, mount your hinge bracket where you want them. Then rotate your hinge out. Take off your VHB tape with your panels laying here lined up with a nice gap in the middle. And then take it over and press it on there to get the stick going. I've always done mine off the printer though. Doing it on the printer can make sense if you're trying to really get that gap right. The other thing that I will say too is print with your printer. And what I mean by that is don't just sit here and say, okay, I need to start tweaking this to dial everything in. Print with your printer. push some plastic through it. And the reason I say that is your belts are going to stretch a little. Your just everything mechanically needs to kind of settle in. So even on all of mine, you'll see me, I will do my E steps because that's just mechanically making sure that I'm moving as much filament as I say I wanted. But beyond that, I print and I will print off a couple of things. You may see me do a 120 by 120. But I'm trying to figure out my layer height. I'm not measuring to make sure it's 120 by 120. I go through and print an organic design. And what I mean by organic design is don't just sit here and start printing a bunch of 20 by 20 test cubes and then start breaking out the calipers saying, well, it's 20.1. Let me tweak something. No, just print with it. Print some cool things. Get used to the printer, get used to the workflow of finding or designing a file and getting it into your slicer, slicing it, putting it onto an SD card and moving it to the printer. And just get used to the workflow and enjoy 3D printing. Then come back in later and start working on fine tuning everything like we do. Because for most organic models, you don't need to have a highly tuned print to print an organic model and have it look good. Welcome in, Chris. Welcome in. You're still good. We still have coffee. Oh, and folks, we didn't show this off. We got the Dragon Den shirts in. So I finally got a Dragon Den shirt in. The coloring, let me pull you guys in close for this. The coloring isn't as smooth as I would like. Whoops. And I think that's just because of the gradient and the vertical lines that we had. So the coloring's not as perfect as I would like, and me trying to move a camera and myself is not working right. But it's good. It's still pretty good. I may need to work on just making it one solid color for certain pieces of merch. But I think it came out pretty good. So these will go into a publish mode, so you will be able to order shirts. The material and everything's really good. I mean, it's Stream Elements. They do a lot of these, and they've got printers all around the world. So in my case, the people that printed mine were an hour and a half down the road. So they literally shipped it and it was here the next day. So, but trying to do hats, I've definitely got to get a more simplified logo for the hats with the color scheme because they do, the hats are embroidered logos and they just they can't deal with the color gradients that we have, Chris. So yeah, I've got to work on getting that simplified. Either that or find somebody that can actually do, um, I'll say like silk screen, iron on hats. So we've got one of our doors here. Um, Probably peel the backing off the inside now as well. Yeah, that's the nice thing with some of the newer Enders is it's a lot easier to build. The original Ender 3s, you had a lot more things, and even though they had some parts put together, it was almost in your best interest to take those back apart to make sure that they were really squared up well. But their quality control at the factory has gotten a lot better, and the newer printers are coming out. Not only are they pre-built, but they've been assembled. They've been printed with. There has been a test print done on them, and then they take the top parts back off for packaging. And if you want to see that, Sam Prentice is a Creality, I'll say partners, whatever. And he's got some videos of their production facility in Shenzhen, China. So those might be some good things to go and watch as well, just to see what the whole process is behind your printer. Okay. So we've got this sitting here and it's sitting right on top of this piece. We could probably raise it up just a tad so it's not dragging along that piece. And getting these put in, you really have to develop a feel for hammerheads because the way the hinges are, because they've got the tabs there, you will never be able to look down and tell whether these have twisted or not. So it's just really a feel thing that you're looking for. Okay, that's pretty good. And we can tell that this one up here is going to be way off. So move that over now. Um, Kind of center that M8 through right on that door panel. So one door is on, now to do the other. Yeah, I'll have to talk to Subsector about that. Like I said, it could be dye sublimation. It could be, um, like I said, a typical like transfer capability. But yeah, I can talk to Subsector or Ash Prince about it. But I think it was her son Ash that actually got her into the dye sublimation stuff. So once again, same thing. Now, what I'm doing when I'm setting the door panels on is I'm using this ledge right here as a guide. So I line that up at the edge and then just bring it down and attach the VHB to it. So use these pegs to your advantage when you're trying to get these attached. If you hold it up like this and then try and go, by the time you're getting this little ledge on that door clip, you're already touching with your VHB and you're getting stuck. So use the bigger ledge of this piece as your guide post. And I swear the backing on VHB tape, it either comes off like a dream or it is like painful as hell. And I know we're not even using like the most crazy VHB tape there for the. Yeah. Well, so Gulsifer is another guy that's got some really good videos out there, but Chuck Hellebuck, Chep, is pretty much he's like almost exclusively reality ender content on his channel. He actually started off as an electronics channel and then got into 3D printing. But these days he's like almost exclusively Ender 3 base. Yeah. So yeah, Chris, I didn't even think about it, but I cooked the Prylene PCCF overnight and I've got it loaded straight from the filament dryer into the printer now. I had it prepped and ready to actually do the filament load and then forgot about it. So let me heat that back up and maybe we'll get some PCCF going. I can tell you right now, we've got ASA Pop Blue going with the next to final plate for the Trident build. And so what we're probably going to do on stream here is this will probably be one of the last streams for Chewy's build. Next Saturday, if I don't do it sometime during the week, my plan will be to pull Fay Dragon off the line. And Fay Dragon is the one that's currently printing the Trident parts right now. But that is my Voron 2.4 that's pink and purple. And it was built using printed forward parts that I won at Remurf last year, the Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival. And the plan is, one, I'm going to take the screen off of it and put it on Chewy's build. And then I'm going to replace it with a Waveshare 2.8 inch, or no, let me rephrase that. I'm going to replace it with a Big Tree Tech. What are we going to do? We're going to put the Big Tree Tech 4.3 inch touchscreen on it for clipper screen. We're going to put a Chaotic Lab Tap version 2 on it. It currently is running the printed version of Tap, which is a nozzle probing setup. And then the other thing that we're going to do is take the panels off, we'll take the tool head off, we'll take the gantry out, and we're going to rebuild the gantry using a Chaotic Labs carbon fiber gantry system. Oh, so Chuck Hellebuck, I'd have to look him up. In fact, here, let me do that. Let me pull him up real fast, and I'll drop a link. Yeah, Filament Friday, because Filament Friday was his old, well, still is his YouTube channel. We got a hype train. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? You guys distracted me. Chris cheering 500 bits. Awesome. Two Wolf Design. Thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate that. You've been subscribed for 2 months. I appreciate that. We're close to a hype train starting. I think if it's one other person that does, I think it's 100 bits or more, it will start a hype train going. But welcome on in to Wolf Designs. Yeah, Chuck Hellebuck, Filament Friday. He's a really cool guy. Okay, Mr. Wizzix, thank you. And there we got a hype train incoming. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate all the support for the channel. We've grown in numbers and followers, and just the support you guys have shown over the last year has been amazing. I know I alluded to it before. You're going to see a lot more communications on it in Discord and on Twitter. But on February 10th, which is a Saturday stream, we will be doing a special Streamiversary birthday celebration. So I started streaming about a year ago. I'd have to go back and look at the exact date, but I started streaming in January of last year. And my birthday is February 10th. And it just so happens to fall on a standard streaming day for me. So we're going to do a combined Streamiversary birthday stream on February 10th. And to do that, one of my sponsors, which is KB3D Chris, is going to be providing some prizes for that. And I think we've decided we're pretty much going to do gift cards, just because it's easier for everybody to deal with gift cards. And we'll also have stuff from Thetis. We'll have some stuff from LDO Motors and a few other people that we're trying to get. I'm still waiting on some responses from some people. So yeah, we're going to try and get some good prizes for this so that we can just have fun and get everything involved. Hey, Aaron F. Geared. Wow. Thank you for the 5 Tier 1 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. So let's see. Smalls 1, Bud 208, Delise, Tripods Garage, and Bob from California all got gift subs. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that very much. And that completes a level 1 hype train for us. So yeah, looks like we're 15% into a level 2, I believe. No, level 3. 14% into a level 3. So we jumped way ahead there. Thank you very much, Aaron. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Hmm. Yeah, got to keep that train going. Definitely, definitely. And like I said, I know Tripod's been around. I'm not sure if he had a subscription before, but there's a few names that are new there. So that's one thing when you get subs, is it brings new people into the channel to help, help them learn more about 3D printing. Like I said, I am a variety streamer. In fact, let me go back to this one. I am a variety streamer. I do a lot of printer builds, but we are going to be doing a bunch of other things. One of those things, one of the projects that I am working on with Creatix Brit is we're going to collaborate and we're going to do droid builds for what used to be East Coast Rep Rap Festival, which has been rebranded to 3D Printopia. So I am currently printing off parts for the Dio droid, which is the little unicycle droid from the last set of trilogies for Star Wars. I also have a Imperial Mandalorian Commando armor set that came out in Mandalorian at the end of the last season. So it's the Beskar armoring for the Imperial Commandos. So I will have a full set of that. I've almost got it all printed out. I realized there was a few pieces that I missed. So I got to finish printing that out, and then we'll do some streams where, we sit down here at the bench and we work on welding it together because it's all printed out in ABS. So we'll weld the parts together and we'll work on doing some prep work on it. I may do some videos, not live streams, but videos on how I'm going through and painting them. We'll do the DO build. We'll do the physical build of that on stream. And then we're going to be doing either a chopper or a cheap, a CH33 or chopper, is a CH03. I can't remember chopper's actual droid designation. But we're going to do those, but we're going to do the mini droids, so the 40% smaller ones, not the full astromech that's like waist high or abdomen high. So, yeah, we're going to have some fun. We're going to be doing some droid builds. We're going to be doing a few other builds here, printer builds on stream, of course, to include a black box. We'll have a 350 Trident. This is a 300 size machine here, so it'll be a little bit bigger than this. And we've got a Micron build that's currently going on right now as well. Oh yeah, Aaron. Chopper is a little sassy. Cheap's a little sassy in its own right as well. I think all the astromechs are a little sassy. We know that R2 can be very emotive. He can be sad. He can be happy. He can get a little terse with C3PO from time to time. But I get that, you know. But Chopper from the animated series and now on Ahsoka, definitely a surly little droid. Definitely a surly little droid. Okay, so hype train's completed. We did 14% of a level 3, and we had 6 gift subs and 700 bits cheered. So thank you, everybody. Like I said, every little bit helps. All of your bits and subs, tips if you do tips, goes right back into the channel. I use it to upgrade my cameras. When I first started off, I had a couple of C922s, which were 1080p cameras. Now the primary camera and the bench camera are Brio, Logitech Brio 4K cameras. So I'm still not, doing the whole, Canon DSLR HDMI. I don't think I'll ever get there. Me spending $1,000 plus on a camera setup is probably not going to happen. But these work really well. I will at some point get a top-down camera going. I do have some bits and bobs for that, but I think what I will be doing this afternoon and or tomorrow is getting up in the attic and actually starting the process of running a Ethernet cable, from where my router is in the master bedroom up into this room so that I can stay wired, because right now this is the 4th or 5th stream now where I've been running a cable from here down the stairs, across the hallway, and into the master bedroom. And, it's a tripping hazard, right? But it works, and I haven't dropped any frames yet. So that's been going good. So yeah, I'll be getting up in the attic and doing a cable run. So yay. Fun times. I've already got the boxes and all that. The only thing I don't have is spray foam for sealing up the top plate when I drill a hole in the top plate. That's supposed to get here today or tomorrow. So if it gets here this afternoon, I'll do it. If not, then I'll climb back up tomorrow and spray foam that to seal it up. But cool. So yeah, that's some of the stuff that we've got coming up on the channel. We'll also be doing we've got a trad rack to install. The Trident kit has a 6-cart ERCFA, enraged rabbit carrot feeder. I will plan on actually doing a version 2 of an enraged rabbit carrot feeder. So that will happen down the road. Now, one thing I'm going to say here is you see how our doors are supposed to go together. So when I built mine, I built it under the closed beta, so there's no streams on my build. In fact, I recently, I'm going to have to do some rewiring anyhow because I had all my wires hanging off the, whoops, change camera. So I'm going to do some rebuild, and the reason being is this is my trad rack as it stands today. This is 12 carts. I still need to finish this one out, but it's 12 carts. And I had all the wiring coming out the back to an ERCFA board. Well, I swapped the ERCFA board out for the trad rack Nebula board because I got one of the alpha test boards and none of my wires will be long enough now. So I either need to make new jumpers or rewire. So I'm going to extend all my wires out so I can bring them around and through this hole into this board. But there's the dedicated trad rack Nebula board from Annex Engineering. It will take 5160s. It does have the capacitors on there to run 5860s and 48 volts. These are TMC 2209s because I don't see the need to run a trad rack at 48 volts. But the other thing I found, I'm a little short. And these are moved out as far as they can go. And I'm still a tad bit short to make this fit on the side panels of my Annex Engineering K3. So this was a pre-cut piece of extrusion. So I'm probably going to measure out and cut my own extrusion so that I can mount it appropriately, which means I'm going to tear this apart and rebuild it. Long story short. I'm going to tear this apart and rebuild it using the latest versions of the files because it's now in an open beta stage and get everything rebuilt and set up. So I probably will stream that as well, Aaron. But this is a pretty neat little setup. It works out a little bit cheaper than a ERCFA because the ERCFA, you require a Bondtech gear set for each lane. The trad rack uses a single Sherpa Mini drive setup on the servo head and a bearing, I believe it's a 623 ZZ bearing for each lane. So you've got one set of Bondtech gears and then just really cheap, inexpensive gears and some printed parts for each lane. So that I think scales a little bit better. I've had an MMU 2 in the past that's now over at the Dragon Den Site B, otherwise known as Evil Diesel's house. But yeah, we'll continue to play with MMU stuff. We'll have a black box soon, which will be a. Oh, you're building up a trad rack kit for the store now, Chris? That would be awesome. That would be awesome. And the ability, like I said, do a good size extrusion, like a 200 millimeter extrusion, because one, you're going to need that to be able to mount it somewhere easily. But two, I've seen people build a tread rack with 3 or 4 lanes, and you can extend it out. And it's a simple thing. It's a printed part, an ECAS fitting, an M3 screw, a 623 ZZ bearing, and an M5 by 10, I think M5 10 button head screw, and a T-nut. That's it to add a lane. You can add lanes whenever you want, right? And I believe that's what that size extrusion was 200 millimeter. I'm like 5 millimeters short of being able to get line up the screw holes on the side of the K3. Okay, cool. You're gonna have the LDO rook kits. Yeah, I'm still supposed to be getting one of those from Jason. I got to ask because they haven't released the kits yet. They're still in beta, and he had asked if I wanted a beta unit or a finished unit, and I told him finished unit because I'd already built a self-sourced rook, which is now with K2 Kevin, a Fabrico rook kit, and a Rook 2020. So, if I did an LDO rook kit, I would want the final kit. So I could have done the beta. I just, too many projects already on hand. So Aaron, like I said, I was going to use an ERKFA Easy board, so I have one of those. I also have 2 of the Mellow Can ERKFA boards. So if you need or want to try a can board, let me know and I can get one in the mail to you. Just ping me on Discord. Oh, I know you're one of the rook experts. I have many of your mods on my rooks. So Chris, I'm kind of sitting here contemplating because my doors are right up against the edge of the printed parts, right? So there's no more gap spacing that I can take up on either side. But yeah, my doors are not lining up. They're overlapping. I don't know if you can tell how much that's overlapping. And I'm saying this because according to Chewy, he got these panels from you. So the top looks close. The bottom, we got a big overlap. So I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure if this is a Tensor B frame, but this is a Tensor B stock frame. So it's definitely not a an LDO frame or anything like that. This is a Tensor B stock. And I believe this had paper on it. So the paper was acrylic, right? Oh, and Aaron, when we built this frame, we measured everything. This frame is square. But oops, the frame is square and I just pulled the door off because I forgot I didn't have this side. Let me go ahead and get this door tightened back down. Maybe it was just the fact that things weren't tightened up. Maybe it's just going to be a really tight fit once I get everything tightened in here. Yeah. Yeah, something not lining up. Now, granted, I know it's a B stock frame, and yeah, no, my B stock frame, because I used the B stock frame for both the Trident and, well, yeah, my Trident, my 2.4. Oh yeah, not a problem, Aaron. But yeah, I do. I measure all the frames. Yeah, like I said, I'm planning on building the. I've got an ERCFA, like I said, 6 cart that comes with the um, Trident kit from DFH. So my plan is to build it as an ERCFA 2. And I think, yeah, the multi-filament piece, I think that really got kicked in with the A1 Mini and the A1. Yeah, so this could just be, I'm wondering, because I've got all corners kind of pressed all the way to the, or all the brackets pressed all the way to the side. And I've got a pretty solid reveal now the whole way down. So I'm wondering if this is just something was off in the laser and one of these panels isn't the exact right size. I don't know. I've had panels that have had a little bit of a gap, and I've had panels that have been like tight. Um, like I'm wondering if I get these lined up and push them in, if they will go in. The- Other than the fact that the one is that bit too low there. The answer to that is no. I can. Give me 1 second. I mean, door closes, but you're not going to be able to open one side up and then close it again very easily. And I've got that issue with one of my other ones, and that makes a very tight seam. You almost have to open them and close them together. Um, 217 millimeters at the top of this one. 216 and a half at the bottom. Hold on, let me double check. 216 and a half, 216 and a half. Hmm, 17 and a half. 217 and a half. So one's 216, the other one's 217 and a half. So that's what it could be, is that extra little piece on the one. Because once again, close one, go to close the other, it's right on top. If I pull them out and close both at the same time, it's it's going to be a very, very nice compression fit. So it'll work, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could. And like I said, if it had that half a millimeter off of this one side, which is probably the kerf of the laser, this door would have been shutting just beautifully. It's okay. Chewy will be fine with it. And this is at least you can chalk up to a tolerance issue or something slightly shifted. I've had panels that were 10 millimeters too long. Not going to say where I got them, but they were 10 millimeters too long. And I had to basically take them out to the saw and cut them down. Refrigerator door mod. Hey, how's it going there, young lady? You sleeping in again? Zombie keep you up late last night? I know, I wound up logging off and going to bed because I was like getting tired. I think I'm just getting old, is what it is. The refrigerator door, that would be the clicky clack mod, right? That's the one that's kind of like the beer cooler that clicks on the side. Oh yeah, exactly. I'm not too worried about it, Chris. I was worried initially, but after looking at it, there's it's within a tolerance that is doable. Like I said, you just have to, and really, like I'm the only fool that like opens one door at a time to, because what I'll do is I'll raise my thing up, I'll bring my tool head kind of right over here at the front, get it heated up to 200, and then come in with a pair of pliers and just get any ooze left off of it so it doesn't cause me any issues with the next homing sequence. And that's only because I don't want to mess with moving things around just yet because I know I'm getting ready to replace the gantry and replace printed tap with um, CNC tap. And I've got a nozzle brush set up on that, but it's like a millimeter off, meaning I would have to either shift the bed or, well, yeah, I'd have to shift the bed. Um, and I know that I will gain some depth going to the from the printed tap to the CNC tap. That's why I haven't messed with it yet on Fade Dragon. Oh no. Yeah, I love them. I've got a version 1 on the Trident and Hyper Dragon, which is the LDO Motors 2.4. And then, sorry, droid part. This will be Dio's neck. Servo mount down in there. Um, yeah. So yeah, I got version 1 on the Trident and Kyber Dragon. Version 2's on Chewy's. Um, I got one for Fey Dragon, so we're going to swap that one out. And then I already got one for the Trident 350 because, yeah, I was like, inductive probing is not going to happen. I will do tap. I like tap. Tap works fabulous. Um, oh, and then yesterday, while I was watching KB3D Chris stream last night, Oh, look, Chris is gambling and giving things away. Nice. While I was watching Chris stream last night, I went ahead and swapped out the Beacon Rev E on the K3 with the Beacon Rev H. Not difficult, but sort of a pain in the butt just to get everything done because the Beacon Rev D, E, what have you, is a multi-board. So it's got the beacon board, and then all the electronics are on a separate board that's stacked on top of it. The Rev H is all one board, and the connector is rotated 180 degrees, which means you either need to keep the original cable there and repin it, which is a pain in the butt without jacking up the connectors, or rerun the cable, which is easy enough to do in the K3. So I reran the cable and got everything done up. We're not going to do the vent. On this one, we've got our umbilical that comes through the back plate. And I bring the umbilical around and just down the back through the keystone jack. So I left a little bit of room here so Chewy has the ability to fully route the cable underneath however he wants. And if he's got more slack than he can deal with, he can then cut it and re-terminate it at the other end as well. But spring steel wire to help hold the umbilical up. We've got our push fit connector, straight pass-through connector for our Bowden tube. So we'll need to add that. And so you're catching on. Hey, what is that catching on? It's a push through connector. Maybe I thought this one was the big push fit. No, this should be the push fit. What are you catching on? I don't know what I'm catching on here. See if I can come in from the other way. Okay, well, that's weird. There seems to be something in the way there that's preventing me from running this all the way through. So I will have to find a different connector because I think it's just the connector itself that's got something in it, which these are probably a cheap one off of Amazon anyhow. So I'll get some good connectors. Have you shipped my order, Chris? Like, is it truly packaged and gone? And where did the... I guess I'll print those out too, because I don't think he's got the whatchamacallit on it. But for now, I will turn this around. Okay, so it is gone. Okay, no worries. I was gonna say, if not, if you would throw one in there, and I'm sure I'm gonna place another order, like, I don't know, this week, because I tend to do that quite often, huh? Okay, so what are we gonna do here? We're going to put some power into it, turn her on, and where, pray tell, is... One second, folks, before I forget yet again. Wakey. Pressure. Load. There we go. Some filament. We want to do ABS today, right? Got a nice new fresh machine build. Fully enclosed. Let's do some ABS. And I should have a stub piece of tubing here that we can use as a reverse bone tube. Real tight. When shipping is too fast. Exactly. Okay. So we've got some filament loaded. Well, we've got filament routed. Let's come up here. Hopefully it didn't switch IP addresses on me again. Did not. We've got our little Chrome browser window down there. So let's heat some things up. Yeah, that's good. I did get tracking. Let me see. Yeah, that one has my 350 panels on it. So that's probably not going through would that go through UPS? Or I'm sorry, USPS? I think it went UPS ground. Okay. Yep. Okay. Cool. Let's check UPS while this is heating up. I didn't want that. Could be 2 days, so it should be Monday. That's what I was thinking. Is it'd be like Monday or Tuesday. KB3D on its way. Says Wednesday because Monday is a federal holiday. I don't know if UPS is going to be working on Martin Luther King Day, but it says Wednesday regardless, so that's fine. That gets it here in plenty of time. Yep, yep. So we're heating things up and we're going to let it come up and heat soak a little bit, especially for the bed. So we'll let it come up and heat soak for just a short bit. This bothers me. Everything but the friggin' display. Carbon fiber CF. That's pretty abrasive. I mean that pretty good flow, but yeah, it comes out. You can feel the abrasive in that. That's for sure. But yes, Chris, I did see. So I'm going to kind of like just try and get extrusion multiplier dialed in on that and stuff like that. And then was this the piece you're referring to as far as the print calibration verification for black box? Yeah. So I printed this off in the was it the Fusion Filaments orange. Came out good. I haven't tested all the bits and pieces because I wasn't going to use this filament. But yeah, I will definitely have to tolerance test that once I get her done. Um, she's oozing a bit. So I had her set to 260 just to make sure that that everything was there. I still need to do a filament load. So let's do a filament load. You squirting filament. Yeah, bring you guys, whoops, wrong way. Bring you down. And if you want, I could probably get you closer with the other camera. Let's do that. Let's bring this one around. Get you in there with this one. Oh, this is the C922. I like how that dot glows on this one with the lights hitting it like pretty direct. So this is running a, was it the NF Crazy nozzle or a hot end? So and once again, pop this open and clean that out. I'm dropping the temp down. But we should get rid of all the oozing. And then I've got a, I thought I sent it already. I guess I didn't. I have a 120 by 120 cube ready to go. And once again, that's just to dial in the first layer. So well, please be careful, Pez Liz. We don't need you to slip and hurt yourself. You're just now getting on a schedule. We don't need you to break schedule already. So I've set my bed heater to 70%. You'll hear different people say different things on whether whether to set it to 60 or 70 or whatever to prevent your bed from tacoing. I haven't had any issues with mine. And if you're going to taco a Mike 6 bed to the point where your bed mesh can no longer work, I'm going to say you could replace the bed because you've got several thousand of hours print time on it. But yeah, I normally I've set all mine to limit to 70%. You really don't want to do it at 100% just because it heats it up too fast, and you will then fatigue the aluminum over time. And if I'm doing successive prints where, hey, I just got done doing a 4-hour plate of parts, normally what I will do is once the print's done, provided I catch it, I will set my nozzle at like 180 if I'm doing ABS parts. I'll set it at 180. I'll let the bed cool down around 50 C. The parts will release from the bed, and you can slide the parts right off. and then start reheating the bed. And that way you don't lose all of the ambient temperature in your um, enclosure. Well, Aaron, it's not cold everywhere because it's 50 degrees Fahrenheit here. Yep, let's go. We're pretty close to there now. I'm going to go ahead and tell the cube to start. We haven't heat soaked really yet, but close enough to get a first plastic push. And once again, you're going to see it's going to want, in this case, the bed to be 105, not 110. Once that bed, quote unquote, stabilizes, it's going to drop the extruder down to 145, which is the setting. You have to be under 150 for your um, for your tap to work, right? If you're over 150, tap will drop your temp back down to 150 or 145 before it will go do the tap. Will Luke forget again? Will Luke forget what again? What is Luke going to forget? You guys are running a prediction on whether if I'm going to forget. Prophecy fulfilled. Oh my God, you're killing me. Ah, yeah, and I did see the separate doc with the target values there, Chris. And we have an ad break that just started for those of you that get ad breaks. For the rest of you, you get to hear my silky voice as we go through and we do the quad gantry leveling right now. Yeah, Luke can't remember what he forgot. Exactly. What is Luke going to forget? Seems like you already forgot. Exactly. I still haven't found my bearings. Those new bearings that I bought, they're here. I still haven't found the other ones. Whoops. Yeah, I'm going to put it in front of a camera that you can't see. Yeah, but these are the bearings that I bought from Chris. Can't find the other ones. So have no clue. Still can't find those. Still lost those. I'll find them eventually. Okay, that so whoop, test out like this piece and that piece, but don't worry about this supported overhead piece right here. Because that's good, because I have no idea how PCCF supports will come off. I'm thinking it may require a chisel and a file. Crazy glare going. I'm going to get rid of some of the glare. Oh, are you talking about whether or not I'm going to forget the part behind me? Because yeah, it's quite possible too that I have the PCCF heated up and keep forgetting about that too. Hey, Zombie, how's it going? Yes, we are starting to print now. We've printed with this printer before. We printed PLA, and now we're going to print with ABS. Now that we've got all the panels on, I still need to work on getting the button tube ran through there. For whatever reason, the compression fitting that I used, which was supposed to be the through compression fitting, isn't letting stuff through. So I'll have to find a different one. Going to shovel the slush. Yeah, Zombie, I'll tell you what I told everyone else earlier. It's 50 degrees here in North Carolina, so it's not bad. We had rain yesterday. You know, Nick, I know a lot of people that used to use 12-volt PSUs for 3D printers and other things. They'll make them like bench power supplies and stuff. So definitely worth it because you can turn a 12-volt PSU into a bench power supply because you'll have 12-volt, 5-volt, and 3.3. That gives you definitive um, voltage ranges, especially for various electronics projects. So dead bed mesh came to the front. It's finishing up its reheat of the hot end. Okay, there you go. And once again, all we're doing here is a 120 by 120 cube, 2-layer print. Just trying to verify that we're getting filament down and that it's a good first layer. And then once we're done with that, then we can go and work on some other things. Like who knows what we'll work on next as far as what we'll print. Oh yeah, definitely, Nick. If you got a link to share, that would be cool because that's something that I could probably use as well, especially as I start doing my droid projects and needing to test electronics. All right, we are pushing PCCF and we're pushing ABS over here. Um, good first layer. I'm seeing a little bit. Let me see if I can get you a different. Get rid of some. About the only angle I'm going to get you to get rid of the glare is to open the door. But I've got a little bit of bubbling in one section. Other than that, everything is coming out nice. Whoops, sorry. Might help. Like I said, just the tiniest bit of bubbling in the front right there. And that could just be a fingerprint um, on the bed material itself. Other than that, it's laying down very nicely. So I say that's a pretty dialed in first layer. Once we're done, we'll take this out and we'll do the pull test to make sure that our layers are good, getting good layer adhesion, that we're not too high, and then we'll go ahead and hit the go button on something else. 66 degrees here in the Inland Empire. Not sure what the Inland Empire is, but nice. Oh wait, are you in Arizona, Timor? One nicer, one simpler and cheaper. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. Maybe that's something that we can build on stream as well. Nick, unless you want to stream something like that. 70 miles from LA. Gotcha, Timor. Yeah, Zombie was probably up late last night. He had a lot of good info to pass on to everybody about some changes in his life, in his stream. Definitely a lot of hype last night. I got you, Nick. So that 50-watt wire wound aluminum shell resistor is the dummy load to trigger the PSU to come on. Yeah, how'd the tool changer print last night go? Because I know that you said you had one that failed before stream. Did last night's go pretty well? Because I know that was when Chris started running Black Box when he was getting it dialed in, that was his biggest issue, was slightly off, like I don't even know, like maybe a half millimeter, so slightly off, which was making the walls of the cylinder look wobbly between the tool heads. So I know getting the tool heads and the Ember prototype would CXC would definitely help on that. Okay, so it was the dock alignment that wasn't fully dialed in. Yeah, that's going to be, oof. Yeah, because I know Chris was saying all the black box kits, I believe, are coming with the CXC for nozzle alignment. But yeah, getting those docking positions really dialed in. Every system is slightly different. Like when you're dealing with, okay, we got the second starting now. I'm going to cancel this. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and raise that tool head up. So I'll be able to reach in there and clean any dribbles off. But let this cool down a little bit. I want to be able to pull that first layer up though, and then see the adhesion between the lines to see if they're adhering to each other. If I can pull them apart, then we're too hot. If I'm not getting bubbles on the surface, which we're not, let me go ahead and I'll poke your camera head inside here. Fresh smell of ABS fume. Right? We're not getting any bubbles or ripples on the first layer other than a little bit right there. And I think that's just a fingerprint based on where it's at and how much of it was there. So we'll let this cool off a little bit. We'll take this off. And as long as the layers are adhering good, then we've got a good first layer bond and good first layer height. And we can go into a next print. So what would everybody like to see for the first real ABS print on this? The updated style docks with different pins. Okay, pretty cool. How did I know somebody was going to say Swatch truck? And let me just say, Chris, do you have a suggestion? I didn't say anything. You want some Polymaker Timor? Awesome. More printer parts. Yeah, of course. We got to start printing replacement parts, right? Yeah. I guess technically I need to print the spool holder and the holder for the back. Oh, what's the link to that one, Chris? That was the Artemis cube. Is that over on printables? I thought the guy's name was Artemis. I may be mistaken. Alchemical, there we go. Got it. Alchemical 3D cube. We'll go ahead and get that sliced up. Now I don't have a Nevermore on this yet. It is got a connector there to make Nevermore easier to install. Chewy's just going to have to install that. Peel that up. And the good news is when we peeled that up, nothing came apart. That's good. So let me switch the cameras here. So once again, there's our first layer lines going this way. Our second layer started to go this way. So I'll grab it top and bottom. Whoops. All right, so it is peeling apart in a couple of places. So that means that we do need to go just a tad bit lower. So we will change our Z offset. So what we'll do, since I was able to pull this apart, we're going to come down here to our Z offset, and we need to go lower. So we'll go to the negative side. And I tend to stick around the 0.1 on a textured bed. I don't go any lower than that unless I'm really trying to chase a ripple. So we'll click on 0.1 negative. We'll save that, save the config. Let it do its firmware restart. I'm going to go ahead and do an upload and print here. It does have a little bit of ooze back there, so we do need to clean that out. I don't have a nozzle brush on this yet. And the reason we clean that out is because of the fact that we're using the nozzle and tap for our bed mesh and everything. If we don't do that, then it could give us some erroneous readings as it continues to squish it down, or it knocks off and then it'll give us a different set of readings. So you always try and clean that off. So on my systems, I've got the nozzle brush set up. So it would, you see, it would heat things up to the normal temp. It would go do a nozzle clean to try and clear everything off the nozzle. It'll do the homing, the tap, and all that stuff. So nozzle brush for the win. And thank you for gifting Aaron F. Geared a tier 1 gift sub, Chris. I appreciate that. Yes, for the birthday stream on February 10th, we will have some different size amount gift cards for KB3D. I am expecting something from LDO Motors. I've got a couple of things from Fadis, and I've reached out to a couple of other people that I haven't heard back from. So I just need to keep pinging them and try and get some responses. I know sometimes reaching out to vendors, it's hit or miss because you reach out to them and say, "Hey, can you support something in 1 to 2 months?" And sometimes you're like, "Hey, great, thanks for giving us a heads up." Other times, it's like, "Hey, you know, give us a call like a week ahead of time or something like that." So nice, Timor. So they're discontinuing the Mighty Might 4-inch table saw. Okay. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, and then what I'll do off stream, we're going to print something on this, and then I'll start working on some extrusion multiplier and stuff like that, just to dial it in a little bit. Um, Not necessary. Like I said, I normally like to print, but if I see some prints that are over extruding or under extruding, then I'll go in and do the extrusion multiplier sooner rather than later. This is a hot end that Chewy had used before, so I'll say it's tested. It's not like a brand new hot end that's never had filament run through it. Oofta. So I will say that we go here. So the Trident is going to be pop pink and pop blue ASA. So this is the pop pink. Um, this came out. I mean, this is an amazing color. The pop blue, the first plate of pop blue is printing right now. This pop pink ASA came out beautiful. Still need to do, like I said, I've got the first plate of the pop blue going and one more plate. And then I need to go through it because I sliced everything with mouse ears. So I got to go clean up all the mouse ears. And that'll be ready to start the next big build, which will be the Trident 350. But like I said, next week we'll be working on the on Fade Dragon, which is my 2.4. We'll take the panels off and we will basically take the gantry out and rebuild the gantry using the Chaotic Labs carbon fiber kit and switch it from a printed tap Rev 8 to a CNC tap version 2. So Yeah, if they're discontinuing it, you might have to just go to the store or call the store and see if they have any at the location. And thanks, Gulsifer. Yeah, that pop pink really came out nice. I'm really impressed with it. And then, like I said, the pop blue parts are coming out super nice as well. So that Trident's going to be a white frame and with the pop pink and pop blue. So and so on tap, I've got my tolerance for QGL, which is the quad gantry level, set to 0.0075, and I consistently get underneath that. So you can actually get that lower, but really, I mean, it's not going to matter going any lower than that, other than just fullness factor to figure out how low you can get it. And we have an ad break in progress, another minute and a half worth of ads. Say sorry and apologize, but exactly, Aaron. That's what I was saying is you can make it better, but it's for say shits and giggles because it's you know bed meshing. I mean, I did camp on that, but you know for a 30-30 cube, the bed mesh range is 0.028. On a full bed mesh, it's probably still under zero point 0.2, which is a full layer height. And if you're under a full layer height on your bed mesh on a 300 millimeter build plate, that's well within um, um, the capabilities of your bed mesh. Uh, oh, exactly, Aaron. Exactly. It's neat. It's great to see it, but yeah. And on the gosh, words, English, on the Annex Engineering K3 using the beacon probe. Yeah, it's awesome. The I really like the beacon because the probing, like we literally ran a probe on beacon on the 180 bed. We had it fully heated up and we ran a 100 by 100 probe. So 1,000 points, 2 passes on, so 2,000 readings on that heated bed. And when we went into the bed mesh, you could actually see the texture of the heated bed. So I'm like, yeah, that's cool, but Yeah, I went back to a 10 by 10 because it's really not needed to be 1,000 or 100 by 100. It was just really cool to watch it. And after getting the Rev H on there, I put Clipane in and started running through some of the Clipane input shaper stuff. And I've got Excels setting at 20,000 right now. I could probably go up to 25,000 on Excel. And I'm printing at like, what am I printing on? I think I'm still very conservative on print speeds. I haven't gone like too crazy yet for print speeds. Um, get you guys in here a little bit closer. Yeah, it's like 20,000 Excel, and I think I'm still at about 200 on print speeds, but I'm going to be able to ramp that up some. Like this right here is not too bad. I mean, you'll see it, the flow rate will spike, but like Chris was saying, I think that's almost like a purge wipe as it's doing a layer change. This is going to be a pretty quick cube. This is 20 minutes for a 30-30 cube. And standard Voron part setting. So 5 top and bottom, what, 4 or 5 walls, 5 top and bottom, 4 walls, 5 top and bottom, 40% cubic infill. And the highest speed setting I have on this is 200 millimeters per second. It's not going to reach that on a 30-30 cube, but let me see if I can shut the nozzle LEDs off, that because that's kind of blowing it out. That might help a little bit, and then I'll do a little bit of side lighting. Front lighting, we're going to get reflective. Do side lighting. Might help a little. I wish you could like set a power level on the nozzle lights, because sometimes they're just way too bright. When you're printing something small like this, you can't really see anything. Dulcifer, lost all your points. My mods can probably get you guys some more points on Lighter Chris. All right, now I got to try and remember commands. What is it? Look at that, I remembered. F shouldn't be sound. And zombie immediately gambles almost all of it away. Um, yeah, Timor, I need to set up channel points. I still haven't set anything up for channel points. Um, that will happen, I promise. I'm gonna have to start doing like Chris and have a task list of things I need to do for the stream. Yeah, me and Zombie are in the same boat. We don't have point redeem set up. Yep, bad luck. You would need access to my channel to help. Oh, to set up channel points and stuff like that? I will work on that. I'll work on that, Chris. Need to also work on adding apparently some more lights in here so that we can get some LED. Actually, what I need to do is this dome light that's right up above me is frosted globe on it, which makes everything, I don't know, like yellowed. Even if I put like standard daylight bulbs in it, it'll look, like bright white bulbs in it. It still comes out like a yellow. So, oh, I bet you can, Chris. So Dulcifer, we do have some illumination on stream. Actually, let me switch over to this one. We do have some illumination in the back. I'm going for somewhat subtle. I need to get the third one going. It's sitting right here. Um, it's all done up and wired up, but for some reason it can't do all three. So I need to inject power into the line, which means I need to move the power supply to get all three of these running right. Well, I'll get all three of those running. I'm thinking of putting, I don't know why, wireless LED RGB lights up here in this upper light that's above me. And I'm not sure. Yeah, request dark mode and rip. Exactly. That's my biggest fear. I've done it to Chris enough. He would figure out how to start giving himself a butt ton of points so he can make it go dark all the time. But yeah, and I may add some over here on this wall as well, behind my LED screens. So yeah, it's called growth. I've got something else going. Um, so I've just got the one piece printed right now, but we'll give you an idea. There's a spot down there to put something in, and then it's thick enough that you can run RGB lights through it. But The rest of it I still need to print, but I need to switch over filament from black, of course. But this will be a sign that Solar 3DP made for me. So I'm trying to get that printed out. I need to figure out what other parts in the droid I need to print black, and then swap over to my 5 kilogram roll of white to start printing out some other stuff. Just installed canvas LED in your fixture upper. Well, here's the thing, Gulsifer. This house is 3 years old. It's a brand new build. So I don't want to go in and start like popping can lights and everything up in the ceiling and things. I got to be very, very careful about how I do that. Same thing with doing the internet wiring, because of the energy efficiency rating of the house. If I start punching holes in walls, I could interrupt that and lose some of my benefits and some incentives that I have with the electric company. So I currently have a 3 kilo roll in the of black, and here's your 5 kilo roll. So this is a 5 kilo roll sitting on top of a 300. So this is Polymaker, by the way. Not sponsored. I bought this spool filament. So Polymaker, you can get it. Xialtech, you can get it. Yeah, these rolls are massive, and you're able to get them in PLA colors. In if you want to go with like ABS to be doing like a big ABS project, those you're pretty much going to get like black, white, maybe gray. And I don't know if there's a way of talking with Nick to get different colors. And this is in a big bag, but this gives you an idea of how thick this thing is. I mean, this is pretty thick, like full head width. So I'm going to have to figure out where to sit that, because it's not going to sit between my two. It's not going to sit on the desk between the two, the Trident and the Mark IV. So this is probably going to have to go sit downstairs while it waits to get picked up, and then let's switch over to this, and then I'll put my 2.4 up on this table, start working on it. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out a good place to. I guess if I don't have the 2.4 up there for a while, I can put this on the thing and run it right off of that. Yeah, Polymaker works well. I think Xialtech you can get big rolls out of. Yeah, exactly, Nick. So built over by, like right now, I'm getting a headache right now, but that's because I'm running ABS right here in front of me, and I just ran some polycarbonate CF. Neither one of those machines has an Evermore in them right now. So I may have to move some things around as well for right now. But and I also have like a full room, like was it Holmes air purifier that's got a HEPA filter and a charcoal um, pads as well. So I need to get that up here for now and have that running while I'm doing big prints. And it's made for like living room size. So putting it in this smaller room, it'll clean the air and pull the air through a lot. I have asthma as well, hybrid robotics, and that's why I run Nevermores in each of the machines. And like I said, I've got a couple of those homes air purifiers I'm going to bring in here as well. Oh yeah, yeah, I got it, Gulsifer. I know, I know. Trust me, I know. Yeah, in fact, I just ordered parts for bento boxes, which so the Nevermore just has the carbon filters in them, the activated carbon, but the bento box adds a carbon label and a HEPA filter layer. So it'll catch a lot more. So I'm going to start printing out some bento boxes. And I just ordered some of the fans through Amazon and AliExpress so I can run those. Yeah, and I do print a lot of PLA. Like all the droid stuff that I'm printing right now is PLA, but um, the armor set I was printing in ABS this time just to see how it prints and how durable it is. Because my biggest fear is driving somewhere with the armor and like going in to eat, like driving up to Goshen, right? It's 13 plus hour drive. So I stop somewhere, go and sit down and eat to get out of the truck for a little bit. I go jump back in the truck and it's hot and parts have worked. Now things don't fit well. So that's why I chose to do my first armor set in ABS. Gulfspur, that would be the Nevermore. And the Nevermore V6 fits right between the bed down here at the bottom. And it pulls air in underneath the bed and then blows it right up at the front of the bed through the carbon filter. So, or the carbon pellets. So the Nevermores recirculate air within the chamber, and it constantly is pulling new or blowing air, sucking air in and blowing it through the activated charcoal, and then just circulating it within the printer. They've got mounts that go, like I said, that mount underneath the bed. So it would mount right here between the bed rails. And then on a trident, it would mount upright on one of the sides or the back. Yeah, I've got Nevermores running on all of my Vorons, my 0G. So it's just a matter of getting the parts printed out. And I'll probably print a Nevermore for now because once again, I'm waiting for this on the slow boat from China for fans because the bento box takes a 60/20 fan for the bento mini. Excuse me, a 60/28 blower. And the other one takes either 40/20 or 40/28 axial fans for the standard bento box. So I have some of those. So I'm going to let this cool down a little bit. And in fact, give me 1 second and I'm going to go grab that air filter from downstairs. So I'm going to put you on mute real fast while I run downstairs. Be right back. Okay, that was a joy. I wasn't paying attention. I had my face sitting right over the top of it, not paying attention, and turned it on. And the last time it was turned on, it was on full setting. So it blew all the debris that had fallen into the top, it exhausts up the top. And so it's been moved and sitting in a closet since we moved out here from Colorado. So I had my head over it, turned it on, it went, blew a bunch of crap right up in my face. That was great. But like I said, it's got 3 HEPA filter with charcoal filtration on top of it as well. So it's got three of those on this one. This is a large room, like a living room style, and this is a bedroom size. So it'll do good at pulling and dealing with that. But let me open this up. Let's pop our part and take a look. Before I forget, I'm going to raise that up a bit. And no dribble. No real dribble. Good. So what we get? We've got a good first layer. Actually, that's the top layer. So side. This is pretty much a torture test because it's got an overhang in the middle. Come on. Got an overhang in the middle that it did a really good job on the overhang. We've got quite a bit of ringing. Once again, we haven't done input shaping or pressure advance on this yet. All in all, everything looks really nice. Like I said, the overhang underneath there came out really well. Let me see if I can't get some lighting in there to make that a little bit easier. There you go. That's a pretty decent overhang, especially for ABS. And we can see a little bit of ringing. Top layer. So thanks for the look, Grosselfer. Yeah, it's pretty good for an untuned printer. The only thing that we've tuned on this thing so far is the E-steps. We haven't done extrusion multiplier under ABS or anything yet. In fact, let's see about making the world rock. Make sure I've got the right settings in here for it. Yep, we do have the ADXL and the resonance tester set up. So we have all the software installed for input shaping. Let me grab the can't remember if we've got Numpy and stuff installed yet or not. So is it shaper calibrate will be the command. I just need to make sure I've got the prerequisites installed. Sorry, I'm sitting here going through the display and you guys can't see me. Well, the thing with moving the gantry is it's constant, meaning the weight doesn't change, right? The weight's moving around, the distribution of the weight changes, but the overall weight of the gantry doesn't change. Where when you're moving the bed, the weight of the bed system changes constantly because you're laying down prints. When you first start, it's not too bad, but I've done a full helmet, like full size helmet on an Ender 5. So you've got, full size helmet over a kilogram of plastic going down at one time on top of an Ender 5 plate. That, a kilogram of plastic's 2 pounds. That changes things, right? As far as the weight and everything. And if that's on a bed slinger, think how much more that changes and affects as you're trying to sling around additional weight. So that's why, doing input shaper on a flying gantry and stuff, yeah, that's why it'll help. So what I'm doing is, this talks about setting up your hardware, which we have an input shape or an ADXL on the toolhead board. What I want to do is make sure that we actually have there we go, software installed. This is what we need to work on, because I'm not sure if it's already set up. Okay. So we're basically just going to do some copy and pasting of commands here real fast. This will go ahead and install any of the prereq software. And this is what happens when you basically build a lot of machines and you're building 2 builds at the same time. You can't remember if you've installed all the software in these. So it's always good to double check. And in this case, there is nothing needed to be added. We will grab this command to install numpy, and hopefully it tells us that we've already got numpy installed, which it looks like we've got all the software there. Good. So in that case, we will come back to our screen here, and we're going to do shaper underscore calibrate. And this will start the input shaping routine. One, you need to home before you run shaper calibrate. Then 2, if there's any type of offset of moving the tool head, it will move the tool head. And then it will go through and it will start doing the resonances on the x-axis first, then the y. Okay. Now, the other thing is I could run this right here. Chewy gets it, sets it on a different table at his place. He's going to want to rerun shaper calibrate and calibrate it for the environment that the printer is printing on. Okay. So right now you'll see this printer is sitting oriented this way on a bench. So the bench is going this way. Well, yeah, the long side of the bench is going this way, and that's the way the printer's facing. If I turn this 90 degrees, I could potentially get different numbers because now a different axis is moving in each direction, right? I ran Shaper Calibrate on the Annex Engineering. If I run it on this table, it's going to get one resonance. If I run it here, it's going to get different results. Not only in the fact that there's two printers and more weight on here, but it's now sitting on top of a concrete tile, on top of a rubber mat, on top of the table. So there's a lot of absorption happening right here, and I'll get different numbers. So I haven't found a concrete tile for these yet. So at most you can put stall mats. Go to Big R, Tractor Supply, or what have you, and get the thick stall mats for horse stalls. And you can cut those to size, put them down on your bench, especially one like this where it's a floating top. Put it down on your bench, and that'll help suck up some of the vibration. No, Nick, go down and get your concrete blocks and stuff from Lowe's. For the most part, for a lot of your smaller printers, it'll work. If 250 size, it'll work just fine with concrete block that you can get from Lowe's. And the rubber ones are the same size. So you go and pick up one rubber landscaping tile and one concrete landscaping tile that are the same size, and you'll be good. But you can make yours too. It's real easy. Use melamine. So build a form to the right size. Use melamine and screw it together so you can take it apart. Screw it together. Caulk all the joints with silicone, and I think there is a release agent that you can put on it as well. Either that or use the standard clear packing tape, and then mix up your concrete and make it. But I would make it, maybe 1.5 inches or 2 inches thick. But you can make your own. Okay, so Shaper Calibrate is done. So there is a way to pull and get the files and everything. The nice thing with Clip-Ain is it does that and it drops it right into your files. So, oops, no, I don't have it up there. But what I tend to do, console might be easier to see here. So Shaper Calibrate data was written on why it suggests using 33.2 in MZV, and then X also MZV at 50. Now here's the thing that it doesn't do. Like I can save config right now, and it's going to add the input shaper and the hertz into the bottom of your config file. What it doesn't do is set your maximum acceleration. So true. And that's true too, Nick. What you'd want to do is say, okay, so for Y, they said MZV is going to be the best input shaper. So what it is you would come down and look for the shaper frequency for Y, uh, which was MZV. So we're going to be looking for MZV. So to avoid too much smoothing with MZV, suggestion max acceleration is 3,200, 3,200. Okay. For X, same thing. You'd come down here and look for X with the MZV, and it says 7,400. So you take the smaller of the two numbers, which is 3,200, and give yourself a buffer. So you'd want to set your max acceleration to 3,000, roughly, right? So that's kind of how I would look at that. And once again, you do the save config, and it will save that input shaping configuration into the bottom of your file. So if we look at our machine and go to printer, we'll just scroll down here. So this is the setup for our input shaper, so it knows about our ADXL. The rest of it's going to be all the way down at the bottom. In that section, it tells you not to hand modify. But you'll see that we now have an input shaper down here that sets the type and the frequency. But what it doesn't do is set your max accelerations. All the way back here at the top, under your printer kinematics, our max accel is currently set to 6,000. That would be a little bit too fast based on input shaping value. Now I'm also looking at those input shaping values and saying, might want to look at the graphs because normally you would see higher accelerations. So I don't know if it's just my belts aren't tensioned well enough or what have you, but just be aware you want to set those accordingly. We did set belt tensions on. I don't know why it's so low. Yeah, so a wood absorbs a lot better. So if you had like a butcher block style bench top, right? 2-inch butcher block bench top on a sturdy bench that was then secured either to the floor or to the wall or both. That's going to be rock solid, and wood absorbs. Okay. Metal doesn't absorb, it transmits the vibration. The reason you're putting a cement block on top of a rubber pad, different density material, and they're going to absorb and not transfer through the different material type. Okay. So we can go back here. We had low numbers. I'll go ahead and set this load down to 3,000. Like I said, I may want to check into that, but it may also just be this bench and the way it's setting. So we'll get that saved. And Zombie wanted a swatch truck, so let me see. I'm not even sure if I have a Swatch truck downloaded. Is that on things or printables? And nothing else. We've just did input shaping. I'm slicing a Swatch truck and hitting print. Gonna upload and print it while we chat for a little bit longer. This is a pretty short print, so oh yeah, Timor, definitely. Thank you for the tip there, Build Over Bot, on where's the best place to download. And I agree, always do what, the place that the designer gets the best perks out of, if at all possible. So here's the extrusion multiplier test off of the K3. And of course, this is going to be hard to see on the camera here. This is polycarbonate carbon fiber. Based on the look, this is probably the smoothest with the least amount of over extrusion. This may just start getting into some under extrusion. It all depends on the light that you shine on it. So yeah, it looks pretty spot on. I may drop it down like two. And if I remember right, PC you want to remove warm, not cold. It's completely cooled off right now, so I will heat that back up and see if it becomes a little bit easier to get off. Yep. Yeah. And guys, it's almost 2 o'clock. I don't think we're going to stay on here too much longer. Um, yeah, polycarbonate will stink, so you definitely want an activated charcoal filter. Um, hey, Tactile, how's it going? Exactly. It's time to go to bed. It's 2 p.m. Um, no, I need, quite honestly, I'm going to need to get out of this room while it does this thing. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I will post the results of the Swatch truck. Remember, there is new merch. I will be releasing the shirts in both black and white. So we'll have the new shirts. So thank you for those. If anybody wants to get one of those, I will be trying to get some other merch out there as well. And yeah, I do what I can to share some tips, Mr. Wiz. And thanks everybody for being here. And like I said, Zombie, I'll post pictures of the Swatch truck, but between ABS and the shirts will be live as soon as I log into Stream Elements and hit publish. So, and I need to buy one of yours anyhow. So I need to go and find your store and order one. But thanks you guys. I will see y'all on Tuesday. And yeah, thanks everybody for being here. Let me find somebody to raid out to real fast. Just send shot. Do not know. No free heathens on. Not giving me too many on my, when you use the little raid thing. And go see who's really on Twitch. Um, yeah, actually, there's not quite that much going on. There you go. Let's go. Let's go over to Kitecraft. He's doing some Fusion 360 stuff, and I think he's working on some LED light bars. So I'm going to go ahead and set up a raid over to Kitecrafter. So please come along with me as we go over to Kitecrafter. And like I said, I need to get out of this room while this stuff's printing because I don't have good filtration in here right now, and I do have a little bit of a headache starting. And then I also need to start the process of going up and pulling a Cat 5 cable through the attic, which is always fun. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me while we do the build here for Chewy. We're going to be working on a couple more projects here in the next couple of weeks. So please hang out with me Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5:30 p.m., Saturday at 10 a.m. Thanks, everybody, and we will see you later. Bye now.